your voice can be heard, but you're not forced to say anything.
Any I could vote for whatever commercial I saw that morning. Well, don't some people already do that?
Well, a lot of people that vote based on like political advertisements usually agree with that party's policies and they have researched it instead of just because if they're gonna vote based on just the commercial they saw that morning, they probably don't care enough to go and vote anyway. So usually people that are voting they like to inform themselves because they actually care about what's going on.
For example, like at my school, we did the debate watch party, right? And because of the debate watch party, it increased the amount of people who were interested. Don't you think that by making it mandatory for people to vote, that increased the interest in our government?
It could. That's a good point, but starting out in public schools, if they teach kids about being interested in politics, then they'll want to vote on their own, and that's their own choice. So.
I'm sorry, there's never enough time for another question. It's now the time for subsequent speeches. Do I have? Is there a subsequent speech for the proponency side? There's not.
Motion to suspend rules.
Okay, I'll speak. Oh. Okay. I believe that everyone in America should be required to vote. Now, I don't agree that everyone should be required to take a side, even if they are politically apathetic, because while I don't think that people should be apathetic, there are definitely people in our nation who don't care that much about government. I think the best idea would be that if we had mandatory voting similar to other countries and we had a box where you could check an X if you aren't satisfied with any of the candidates. Now, this would allow the nation to see the people who aren't usually heard, the people who usually don't vote because they don't like the candidates, can now express their opinion and say that we're not voting because we don't care, we just don't like what's going on with our nation. And I think that it's really important that in a democratic nation, a democratic republic, that we still give everyone the chance to be heard, regardless of your socioeconomic background and whether you can make it to the polls. I think that if everyone's required to go to the polls, then we get a much more accurate representation of our nation as a whole, as opposed to what's happening now. Those are all the points I have, but I will yield my time to questions.
I don't know if this was already discussed or not, but how would it be regulated? Would there be a penalty for not voting?
I think the best way to regulate it would be with a fine, which would boost our economy, which is something we kind of need anyway. Yeah, I don't think it should be punishable like jail.
What about those who can't afford to leave their job to vote and then pay back?
There are absentee ballots, which are definitely available and popular, but people don't really know about that. So if they're forced to look into the democratic process and elections, then they would find that there are plenty of options available if you're out of town or at work.
What would you say that would happen just in case the scenario ends up being votes are actually the X? So there is no specific candidate that is picked.
This is hard because it's hypothetical, but I would say that each party would have to re-elect a nominee so that the election can take place again, because I think you need a clear majority in order to win.
Votes are actually X.
That would be a lot more accurate if it's not 60% of 20% of the nation that's making it to the poll. It's a clear majority, over 50%.
So I have something to say about what you were going to say. I think instead of having it be based on a majority, it should be based on a plurality, meaning that instead of having it be 50% plus 1, it would just be the majority of whatever is remaining, so it would almost be like an extension. The X would be an extension. So say someone has 30% of the polls and the other person has 26.
That's not a question.
I was just answering his question.
There's no more time, sorry. Can you please write your name?
Okay, do I have an opponency speech?
Thank you.
And school, please?
Crusty Punk. Well, my name is Romine, Jack Romine. And I like to say that I believe we are in America. Now, you may have trouble refuting that claim, but in America, since 1789 at least, we have lived under the Constitution of the United States. That's First Amendment guarantees the freedom of speech. Now, what people don't talk about in that amendment, this also gives us the freedom of silence. Now, if you've been to a movie lately, you find that silence is golden. These voters who abstain should not be forced to vote because they are apathetic. They simply do not care. We are given the example of gay marriage in California. Well, look who came out to vote. The people who actually cared about their government. The people who cared about America's policy. The people who cared about their country. Thomas Jefferson, one of our founding fathers and author of the Declaration of Independence, as I assume you all know as junior statesmen of America, believed that enlightened citizenry was needed in order for the democratic process in America to work, for a democratic process to function. When you force someone to vote, they are not enlightened, they are not educated, they do not know the issues. So all you would receive are a bunch of votes based off, like Thomas Wallace said, what commercial they saw recently, or maybe what their friends. Thomas Jefferson also preached of laissez-faire, which, though it applied to the economy, I think can also apply to this, because America does not need another bureaucracy interfering with their lives. I believe it was the Canadian band Rush that said an oddly American and patriotic statement in their song, Free Will. If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. I'd like to see the rest of my time for questions.
Are there any questions?
You said that you should be informed in order to go to the polls. Are you implying that every single person who's currently voting is well informed?
Well, not everyone who votes is well informed. I cannot make that generalization. Thank you for correcting me on my logical fallacy there. But if you think about it, it's difficult to vote in America sometimes, as you see, like the voting registration laws that are becoming controversial in Arkansas and Pennsylvania. So it shows you that these people, they're going through the trouble to vote because they want their opinions to be heard.
15 seconds.
How would you stipulate informing the general population in an unbiased manner?
Well, this is an issue of America's public education system, which unfortunately I do not have time to go into great detail.
Okay, as we run out of time, thank you. Is there another subsequent speech for the proponents of Is there another subsequent speech for the proponents side? No? Okay. Does proponency?
Yeah.
Okay. Me right here. I didn't. 3 minutes. Should I say
Do it after. Okay, well, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Freddie Ramirez. Let me start off by saying that you have a voice. And that voice was fought for our founding fathers when they went against Britain. Now, by not casting your vote, not being forced to make your voice heard, you're muzzling yourself. It's like you put tape over your mouth. You're choosing not to be heard, your opinion not to be seen. Now, the government doesn't restrict you by forcing people to vote. No, it's actually giving you the opportunity to be heard. And you yourself are restricting yourself by choosing not to let your opinion be heard. Now, the voting process is very complicated, and there aren't people who are as motivated as some of us in this room. But I can say that by making the fine, that's some type of motivation by itself. Because most of us wouldn't want to pay $50, so we'll go ahead and vote based on our own moral beliefs for the candidates. Now I'll yield the rest of my time to questions.
The moderator.
Oh,
Yes. Okay. So you said that not voting is like muzzling yourself, right? Or putting tape over your mouth. What if I want to be muzzled and put tape over my mouth? It's my choice. You know what I mean?
you can make that you can make that choice by also helping out your economy by paying the $50 fine, and you'll also be helping out the government, and we'll also know that you want to muzzle yourself.
Mr. Ramirez, our founding fathers fought against a large centralized government so that we have the right to vote. But when you say they also fought for our right to not vote.
Okay, well, with the Declaration of Independence, we voiced our opinion that we wanted to be free from Britain. Now, why can't we express that we want to vote for one person or not? Wait, let me restate that. Well, we fought for our opinion to be heard. The king was ignorant and didn't want to listen to us. Now, we have to fight again to make sure that we do be heard, that our voters are heard. Now, the fight being the $50 fine.
Time. 10 seconds. Okay, seeing as we don't have enough time for another question, we're going to move on to a subsequent negative speech. Opponent Can you write your name on the board, please?
Okay.
And we're now going to have a 30-minute opponency speech by Greg Burr.
Thank you. She already introduced me. I'm hearing a lot of stuff about how if we aren't forced to vote, we're being restricted from voting. That is 100% not true, okay? This is America. You have the right to do what you want to do. If you don't want to vote, don't vote. Thomas Wall made a great point in saying that a lot of the people who aren't voting might just be misinformed. Do you want people who are misinformed to go up to vote? No, they don't. You don't want them to base off of their views based off of some, political advertisement they just saw. And then, let's see, there was another point earlier about how, not being forced to vote is being muzzled. No, you're not being muzzled. Nobody's putting tape over your mouth. I mean, if anything, being forced to vote is just a restriction of your liberties as a U.S. citizen. There's no reason you should be allowed, the government should be allowed to force people to vote. I yield the rest of my time to questions.
Remember in the last points, the last points that they said that they don't actually have to vote for a specific candidate, but they can X out the ballot.
Okay, so they can, but is that, I don't think that was part of the total topic, that's something that's proposed, but, so they can X out the ballot, but that doesn't solve the issue of people, it doesn't solve anything. It's the same thing as them just not going to vote.
Don't you think that they would actually try to?
No follow-up questions.
Do you agree or disagree with the statement that there's equal propaganda towards voting for both the Democrat and Republican sides Meaning, in California, we would have proponency to have more Democratic propaganda because we live in a Democratic state.
Oh.
But in Texas, there's Republican propaganda, so there would be inequality in propaganda, so it wouldn't really change the outcome of the election.
Okay, very much, but the states that are pulling for each political party that differs, and it's not like because California is a Democratic state that because it wins the Democratic vote that there's always going to be that there's only Democratic political ads going. I mean, I see Mitt Romney ads on TV,
Of course,
in California.
How can you show that people who go to the polls are actually well informed compared to those who are forced?
You can't. But what my main point is that the government shouldn't force people to vote. Okay, it's not right that they can force people to vote. If the people feel like they aren't informed enough to vote and they don't want to, they should be forced to.
Are there any subsequent speeches for the proponents' side?
A motion to suspend the rules.
Is there any seconds? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We have, sorry. Is there a subsequent speech for negative? Opponent's side, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now in this debate, I hear a bunch of words being thrown around. First Amendment, freedom, but really what do these words mean? I'm going to tell you. First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or the press, or the right of the people to peacefully assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. Freedom of speech. But what is freedom? The power or right to act, speak as one thinks or wants, without hindrance or restraint. Without hindrance or restraint, isn't that exactly what the opponent here wants to do? They want to hinder our freedom for speech by forcing the government to make us vote? Yes, the government can force us to vote. But will that make us more informed voters? No, it won't. What we should be doing instead is investing in schools, educating people about voting, the importance of it, instead of just forcing this on them that completely goes against the First Amendment. This is completely un-American. And last time I checked, we weren't in some socialist European country. We were in America. America!
Yeah.
I yield the rest of my time to questions.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Yeager, would you be inclined to agree with the statement that in order for the government to force us to vote, that they would have to pass an amendment to the Constitution as it violates our rights?
Yes, of course, as I just said, they are hindering or restraining our freedom of speech. That would mean we have to pass another amendment, getting rid of the First Amendment, which, are any of you in favor of that? I don't think so.
Although I completely agree with you, and I agree that it should not be mandatory, I can't get this thought out of my head that I learned in statistics, which is the fact that there is a very detrimental bias called voluntary response bias, which is implemented in the voting system because it's not mandatory. So only people that are very passionately involved in the actual government system go and vote. But the people that are moderately involved or feel the need to vote is not absolutely necessary, or if they actually just can't vote because of some job or the other things that were mentioned, how do you look at this bias, and do you think that making it mandatory would actually eliminate this bias, or do you think that not making it mandatory is a lot more important than the actual voluntary response bias?
Although this bias does exist, does that mean we should compromise our freedom for this? To eliminate it? No, it does not. We should uphold our freedoms at all costs. Just as our forefathers did and their fathers before them, we should continue to fight for America in every day of our lives, especially by voting con on this resolution.
Again, I completely agree with everything. I think that it shouldn't be. But you mentioning that it's restricting our freedom. I don't know how it's restricting us in any way. Because one of the subsequent actions of voting is you have the option to not vote, which is basically the same thing as not going to the polls at all. So wouldn't it just
time has expired,
I
sorry.
apologize.
That's okay.
Motion to any second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
How much are we doing?
By how long?
1 minute.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
30 minutes.
Can you restate your motion?
Okay, basically you're saying you're hindering our freedoms by forcing us to vote.
Okay.
While I told, okay. How is it restricting our freedoms?
It's restricting our freedoms by muzzling us. It's not letting us. It's not letting us voice what we want. Just because it's good and right to vote, does that mean that the government has the right to force this onto us? They don't. There is nowhere where the government has the right to force us to vote or force us not to vote. It's our idea. It's as the 10th Amendment says, any power not regulated to the federal government is given to the people in the states, and this power is given to the people.
Okay, are there any subsequent proponents and speeches?
Motion to suspend the rules.
You don't have to suspend them.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any motions to previous question? Any second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Okay, we will now have a closing speech from the opponent's side. 3 minutes.
Not only does mandatory voting it hinder our freedom of speech, but it's not free. It's going to cost money. It would be a huge waste of taxpayer dollars to enforce these types of rules. They would have to have people at every poll and people checking who's voted and who hasn't, and cross-checking it to census lists, and that costs money. So just as everybody else from the con side has said, freedom of speech means that you don't have to say anything. By not speaking, you're still saying that either you don't care enough to vote, or the government is fine the way it is, and that's your view. And the government has no right to tell you what your view should be, or that you should even have a view. Freedom is you choosing whether you want to even have a view, or you just don't care. And although it's unfortunate that some people don't care, that's their right as an American citizen to have that view. I yield the rest of my time to questions.
No.
Oh, okay, well, I yield it.
Sure. Absorb the remainder of the time. Well, now that okay, we will now have a 3-minute closing speech by the proponents side.
My opponents have said that by having a mandatory vote, we will have uneducated voters. But I am saying that if we had a mandatory vote, it would be the government's responsibility to make sure that our voters were educated enough to make an educated vote. We would need to start talking about voting in public schools and make it more of a national thing that everyone knew what they were voting for and what was on the ballot. They were also saying that this was against our freedom of speech. But really, a mandatory vote is just adding to our freedom of speech because we still have the freedom to choose who we're going to vote for, and we can still not vote. It just you would be fined for. They were also saying how this was a waste of our tax-paying dollars. But really, we already have people at every poll. And we have computer systems that can now run the census against the people who vote. So really all we do is be gaining money for our economy because of the fine, and people who wouldn't vote would have to pay for not voting. So really, instead of being a waste of our taxpaying dollars, it would just add to what our government has to use for our government programs and our public schooling systems. And voting is just as important as taxes because it's fueling our civic economy, our national economy. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Resolved that voting be mandatory in the United States. We will now have a vote. All those in favor of this, please raise your hand. 4. Okay, 5. All those opposed.
Can we abstain from voting?
Yes.
Is there any on the online? Okay. Count with me, tag your place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Please raise your hand high. 28. Okay. Are there any abstentions?
Something not voting.
Okay, this resolution fails with a proponency of 5 and a opponency of 33. There is now a best speaker ballot going around. If you could please fill that out and then turn it up here. Everyone that spoke, please stand up and announce your name and school. So proponency side, please stand. That spoke, please stand and announce your name.
I'm Samantha Horty from Margot School.
Freddie Ramirez from Bell Gardens High School.
Samantha Garfield from Riverside Side.
Opponency, please stand. Say your name.
Thomas Wall from Crespi Carmelite High School.
Thomas Yeager, proud citizen of the United States, and also from Crespi Carmelite High School.
Jack Romine, happy to be here and representing Crespi Carmelite High School.
Grant Berger from Crespi Carmelite High School.
How do we vote? Yeah.
We're getting more balanced.
No, I don't. That's not necessary.
I want to post this up, and I bet you just gonna be the only one like responding.
It's okay, Rod.
I don't realize
vote for a certain demographic, for example, you were mentioning religion. So you have to statistically look at that certain single issue voters that would go through the process of picking a candidate because of the religious beliefs of themselves and the common ground. Other than that, if you look holistically, I don't think religion would be the top issue of why you would choose a candidate because of their beliefs. You would have to think of economic or social and other issues that this country focuses on. So to answer your question.
Alright. I would still say that religion plays a part in how voters view a candidate, but at the same time I think voters today in more recent years are more concerned not just about what religion someone is, but about what their position is on issues and how they would stand up to pressure. Like, for example, in 1960 election when John F. Kennedy was elected, many people back then were Protestant, many people were concerned about JFK's Catholic religion, but it didn't affect the results far enough to make Nixon president instead. So I think we're playing less of a role in how voters view candidates.
I believe that religion still plays an unnecessarily important role in politics. There's been many polls that rate atheists as the lowest accepted denomination of American citizens. They're least accepted than the United States Congress. Okay, and I think that we as Californians don't experience this bias of religion. But if you go to some place such as the South or the Dixieland, you know, there are people over there that in 2004 voted for Bush just because he believed in God, just because he was a Christian Republican. It's not what he believed in. It's not anything remotely on the topic of his policies. It was just because he believed in God. And I think that even though today, yes, we are a lot more tolerant, but I still think there's a very, very, very large population of people that still base a very important decision, such as who runs our country, on whether or not they believe in Yahweh or not.
I think that what you're kind of getting at is that a lot of people are really not informed about politics at all, and so it's really much easier for them to base their decisions off of like the religion that a candidate is, and so that's what you're kind of speaking to. Like,
yeah.
A lot of people vote for the person who they're more relatable than us.
I really don't think that religion should even play a role as choosing a candidate, because really what we're looking for in a candidate is what they're going to do for this country. What are they planning for the future? I would personally say I wouldn't care what religion they follow, as long as they're thinking of what's heading for the future, what they're going to change in this world. You know.
Just to it does have an important role within it because your religion is like your morals, your standards, what you believe in. Like, if Christianity, you don't believe in you don't believe in abortion. So does that mean that as president you're gonna go ahead and outlaw the right to have an abortion? Like, it has a role in it to an extent, but yeah.
Okay, wait, before anybody else goes, guys, I really need you to respect the speaker because I'm hearing like 3 different conversations, so please respect the speaker. Thank you.
Oh, I think that people are more focused on how religion influences candidates' policies rather than his actual religion. For example, social issues are highly influenced by religion. For example, some sects of Christianity may preach that abortion should be outlawed. And that's something that the electorate focuses more on rather than the actual religion of a candidate.
What, are you raising your hand?
No.
Okay, it's true that the views on religion are changing. Obviously, John F. Kennedy became the first non-Protestant president in the 1960 election. But then if you look at it, the church has predominantly been the power in our history. The Roman Catholic Church has been the power of Europe since the 1600s or even before that, but it was predominant. So our people look at religion as the grouping of together, something that we find in common. When we look at our presidential debates, only 70 out of the 310 million people that live in the United States watched the debate, and out of the 70, who actually understood all the aspects of the presidential or vice presidential debate. That's why when you look at it, you look at a common aspect that we find in our lives, which is religion, and what we are drawn from religion. That's what expects us. That's what takes us to vote for that candidate. That's why there's Republicans that are saying that they're not going to vote for Romney because they don't look at his religion as something that is right for them.
Alright, so I would say that in general, religion doesn't play like a really big role in economic issues, but on social issues definitely. For example, if any of you watched the vice presidential debate, the moderator asked both candidates who were both Catholic about what they thought about abortion. And so I think, and she specifically mentioned about how they view the Catholic Church's doctrine. And so I think that's why social issues are still affected heavily by religion. Just because if the moderator asks the candidate about how their religion affected, then I think that proves that religion is still pretty important in social issues.
There's a large separation between church and state, and that's what Americans pride themselves on, is that there's this distinct separation, that secular decisions are made by religious people, and that's from the recent periods in history where all decisions were made through the eyes of a religious authority. Do you guys think that that because there's a separation of church and state, that the government should not make decisions on social issues? Because, like what you guys are saying, a lot of you guys are saying that social issues are a lot defined by religious viewpoints. So if you're a certain sect of Christianity that doesn't believe in abortion, yes, you don't believe in abortion because of your religion. Therefore, if you enact a law that is against abortion, there is no separation of church and state in that logical flow. So do you guys think that the government should have authority to make social decisions because, like you guys said, it is based on religion often?
Okay, but if you look at it, there are certain aspects of a religion that the United States in the past have outlawed, such as polygamy. When the Mormon Church moved from Missouri to Utah, they moved to have to make sure that they could keep their polygamy. But then the United States outlawed polygamy. There are certain aspects of a religion that the United States, as a general, think that it is not right in their moral belief. That's why they have laws to outlaw things like polygamy, yet it still goes on. It's a religion's right to keep it going, but the United States as a government should still enforce things that the general morality goes into effect as seeing as wrong.
Not all social issues are addressed by a religion. I know some social issues include the legalization of drugs or prostitution, and there is still a secular argument against those, while gay marriage, that is mostly a religious argument. So the government should still be involved in social issues as long as there is still a secular argument against or for it.
I really think the conversation is not opinion. Guys, please say something. I know you have opinions, but just while you walk into the room, please say something.
So now we're talking about, Eric, you brought up morality. There's been a debate about government legislating morality, and whether that is a good thing or not is up to certain opinions. And this morality can be defined as supporting gay marriage or not supporting gay marriage, putting an amendment that stops abortion, so that's altering the Constitution based on a moral. It could be scientific as well, but for the majority of the arguments that are social issues, a lot of it has to do with, it touches on the ideas of morality and like these religious aspects and these overtones. So do you guys think that the government should be enforcing certain morality if the majority agrees with that morality, or should the government stay out and let people decide for themselves? Awesome.
You, and then you, and then you. You first, and then him, and then him, and then him.
I think that government shouldn't really worry about, well, either way, we vote on these issues, so we're gonna vote for what the general population deems appropriate. So if they do vote for the legalization of gay marriage, well, thank God you don't have to give a gay marriage right. See, you don't, that's what I don't understand, why people who, they always, how am I trying to word this? When people bully others based on their religious views, on what they deem appropriate, you're not going to get fair gay marriage, you're not going to get an abortion. Why would you actually deem that into political views, exactly?
Well, to that, the government, I guess to a point, it is kind of true to regulate morality, but at the end, you're oppressing someone, a group of people. And when they came to the U.S. to free themselves of oppression from the British Crown, they came because they wanted freedom of religion, freedom of oppression. We should not oppress any minority group of any kind, whether it be if you're gay, lesbian, anything polygamous. We should let them be who they want to be because they're expressing how they feel and live.
But as a country, we have the need to protect ourselves from getting into a war or a conflict. Look at what happened in the Civil War. People in the South were wanting slavery to continue. People in the North were wanting abolishment of slavery, and that's what led to the Civil War. We have conflicts that without the government, we cannot control. If polygamy was kept to be allowed in Utah, in Missouri, in these populations of Mormonism, then there could have been a huge riot of other religions, and that's where the government needs to step in and say, with the majority of people, that there needs to be a compromise that's made, because this country was founded on the basis of compromise, whether it's compromise of 1850, Three-Fifths compromise. There has to be some kind of compromise that the general majority has to agree in, so that this country could keep going without another civil war happening.
If the government did decide on the majority, though, interracial marriage would have never been made illegal. If the government decided on the majority, slavery would have never been made illegal. Because the majority of the American population still supported not having these two things. I mean, if the government really needs to decide what benefit of a law banning something or legalizing something would benefit the greater number of people and would be most constitutional. You can say, wow, this will make a lot of polygamists happy, but it won't be beneficial to the greater majority of people. So why pass it? It's going to make the majority of people angry just because it's a tiny minority, and it has no basis in the Constitution, so you shouldn't allow it.
Well, I mean, to a point like that, doesn't the Declaration of Independence, I suck at remembering how she did something, Constitution, that it says you have the freedom of liberty and the pursuit of happiness and whatever.
That's the Declaration of
Yeah,
Independence.
all right. Well, to the point what I'm trying to say is, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, because two guys having a relationship doesn't really afflict me, so why not just let them get married?
I'm not saying about gay marriage. I mean, gay marriage is
Whoa,
equal
stop,
treatment.
stop, no, wait, whoa. Somebody over here wants to talk and someone over here, so please wait until I say you can speak. Say, just you.
I agree with my friend Manny here that gay marriage is looked at in a bad way for some reason, but if two men have attractiveness towards each other, they attract each other, you can't force a gay man to like a girl when that's like a natural attraction is it comes naturally. You can't force somebody to like somebody else. So if you make that illegal, that's pretty much telling someone not to love and not to live their life, basically in a way. Because I'm trying to.
Hey, 1, 2, 3.
The majority of our morality is affected by our religion. I mean, with Christians, they believe in someone being straight. I mean, they don't support gay marriage. But so that just shows that religion can affect your morality. But I don't think that the government should act upon that because of that simple fact. I mean, it's practically not keeping the whole separation between church and state because your moralities do involve the church.
You and yeah, and then you.
Okay. What I was saying though, I'm saying gay marriage, it's guaranteed by the Constitution, which says equality for everyone. But polygamous marriage is not. You aren't born a polygamist. Polygamous marriage, all it does is make women feel like they're commodities, that a man can like own several women and his wife, and that it's not reciprocal. You don't see wives having several husbands in certain religions. It's not equal at all.
Wait, brief message. Guys, please respect the speaker. I don't want to bang the gavel unless I really have to, so please respect the speaker. You.
Well, there actually have been marriages where women do have multiple husbands also. So in reality, it could also be, it's an umbrella term you could say, because as long a man has, 7 wives, there are women out there who have 3 wives, 3 husbands. Sorry about that. But it's true.
Okay. You, and then you. Wait, and then you. And then you. And then you. Okay.
Alright, going back to the question.
Guys, respect the speaker.
Going back to the question of morality in our government and our law, well, wouldn't the whole crime system and justice system be based on morality? On like the general morality of what people believe is right and wrong? So I don't think that government really can be separated too much from moral issues because that's what our whole crime system is based on.
Yeah, you.
I have an issue with the idea that church entitles morality. I don't belong to any religion. I'm an atheist, and I personally don't believe that I am an evil or immoral person just because I belong to a church. I think that religion just basically played upon the basic ideas. I think we're all born knowing it's not okay to kill somebody. It's not okay to steal. And I don't think those are religious or God-entitled values. I think it's just part of being a natural human being. And I think that we don't need religion to tell us how to be human. Tell us what to decide in our law, what we know naturally, instinctually is right.
Okay, since no one was claiming third, you.
I think what he was mentioning is more of individualism. So like, just because you're affiliated with a religion, for example, I'm Christian, but I approve of gay marriage and I approve of abortion. And it's nothing, like I don't have to fall under the category of my religion. I feel like I have my own philosophy and beliefs that I will follow through no matter what religion I'm in. So the whole fact of individualism where you could be a part of a community of people who have the same beliefs, but that doesn't entitle you to vote that way or believe in that matter. So,
I mean, what he was saying, obviously, like, everyone has, like a basic moral code, like what he was saying, but I think the idea of, like, is, like, being, like, religious, it's just, like, because you don't know this, like, candidate personally, so I think the point is, like, it just, like, enforces the idea that we do have this, like, basic moral code. It's not like, oh, like, just because this person is religious, yeah, like, do bad things. I don't think it's, like, that.
Wait, were you third? Okay, wait, he wants to make an announcement.
Sorry, just I don't mean to interrupt.
The mock election will be closing at the beginning of third block, so if you guys are still interested in voting, have not voted, you guys can do that at the end of this block. So again, they're right from the registration tables, and I encourage you guys to all vote, so that's kind of quick. Thank you.
My personal feeling on this resolution would be your person who you are, and whether you're religious or not, that's who you are. Me as a Christian, that's what I'm known for. Like I'm the Christian girl, I'm the girl, I'm the Jesus freak. That's what I'm known for at school. But that's who I am. Doesn't necessarily mean that I go with, like someone was saying back there, doesn't necessarily mean that I disagree with gay marriage. So I think that who you are is you should be free to vote and be whoever you want to be. It's my opinion.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I think that people are having a misconception about the separation of church and state because initially when the country was founded, the separation of church and state was not made to kind of dismiss any type of religious influence in the country or in the federal government. Rather, it was set to avoid a national religion, a religion that would overwhelm or encompass what the country stood for. Now, we have the First Amendment. Obviously, everyone here is entitled to practice or associate themselves with any religion that they please to. But morality, like you guys are saying, and how everybody is saying now, that doesn't necessarily influence morality. I believe it does. I mean, someone who's Christian might not necessarily approve of gay marriage. They might not. Doesn't necessarily mean that just because you're Christian you're gonna have to do something. But again, the separation of church and state was not made to kind of disallow any type of influence of religion onto the federal government. It was just made to avoid a national religion or a religion that would only focus itself on implementing laws. So just a misconception you guys are having is that, well, church and state doesn't mean that they can't intertwine. It just means that one can't overwhelm the other.
Wait, somebody over here wants to speak? Okay, yeah.
What worries me is that some people, actually a very large majority, they don't decide their own religion. They're raised up in Christian families or other religious families, and their environmental factor determines their religious viewpoints, and that also affects into their political viewpoints. So they may support or not support gay marriage and other topics, but they haven't really thought through it all the way. They're just determined by whatever the parents tell them to, or at least that have a huge effect on them. So if our society keep on working that way, it's not gonna be really our individual voice rather than the community's voice.
Okay, you all the way back there, and then you.
Just going back to the idea of the topic to begin with, I think what we should sort of keep in mind is that us as humans really like to associate with people who have the same beliefs as we do. And so when we see a candidate who comes out as being religious, as being Christian, as being Mormon, those who are Mormon Christian and fall under that category usually associate more with that party and that candidate, while those of, let's say, an atheist may like the candidate, wouldn't necessarily vote for them just because of their moral issues. I think that's just something that we should recognize.
Okay, I think that we made sure in Martin Luther's 95 Theses and the Enlightenment that we are not bound to the church. We believe in the church, in a religion to guide us, but it is not our absolute mandate. We could believe in the things that we want to. Just because you're Christian doesn't make you anti-abortion, anti-gay marriage. You could believe in the things that you want to. The church is a guide. As to bringing up the fact that you're raised in a church, with the changing time right now, there's so many different aspects that are leading people to come out of the church, come into the church. It's not being brought up solely by the church. You may have been brought up by the church, but by the time you're old enough to vote and have a say in these things, you have enough outside information to make you change whatever the church guides you. Because as I said, a church is a guide, it's not your mandate. So if you think otherwise, for me, I'm a Christian, but I'm okay with gay marriage because I'm not bound to the church.
So I agree with everyone has said that just because you're part of this religion that we should believe it. And I think the important thing that we should do is that we should let the people be aware what is this issue and what is that. Because some people are right, some people are raised to believe this by their parents. So if the children like us, I'm Catholic, but I'm not anti-abortion and I'm not anti-gay marriage, that's because I fully understood those issues, and I think that is what we need in order for us to separate our religiousness and separate what we think is right and what is for the good of the majority.
I think, and I acknowledge, and I really applaud a lot of you that do outside research and listen to the church. But the problem is, we as Californians don't understand the scope of this. If you go to somewhere outside of this country, you don't see the amount of people actually looking into things. That's the problem. It's not whether or not you personally believe it. It's that there's many people out there who are perfectly content with not actually studying the issues. And if something, an encompassing blanket, and something so attractive as a light religion is presented to them, they will vote. I think that is the biggest issue, not whether or not you can research into it, are willing to research into it. That is the main issue, and I think that's why religion shouldn't even be mentioned for any political office. I understand that it's something that is important to you, but the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence clearly states separation of church and state. Thomas Jefferson and the other writers of the Declaration of Independence were not very big proponents of religion. You say it was mainly to prevent an establishment of a unifying religion. But all those men that wrote it were very against the idea of religion because they saw what religion did to England. And so, you have to understand that religion, you're not here, but in other places of the world, in the United States, is a very dangerous thing because people aren't willing to question it.
Okay. Nobody over here want to talk? Okay, yeah, it was you. You, and then you, and then you, and then you.
Okay, it's confusing. But when I was about to speak, the separation of church and state, again, is not a complete separation of church and state. It's a separation of combining church with state. It's not that church does not influence state. Okay, put it this way. They were deists. They had Christian values for that time. They may not have believed in a particular church, but they were influenced by their Christian values. Even some atheists here have Christian values, even though they are atheists. That is irrelevant. The point is that religion does play a major factor, but when one reaches a government that is secular, religion is played down to some extent. Like, let's say Nixon. Nixon was a Quaker. Quakers are peace freaks and equality. And that's like, I like that religion particularly, but Quakers are peaceful people. Nixon was not a very peaceful person. Kennedy was a Catholic. Kennedy supported, I forget exactly what, but some things that weren't very Catholic. The point is that when one reaches a high enough level in a secular state, their religion is a factor, yes, but not necessarily as much as one would believe. People who tend to reach positions of power tend to be less dogmatic than you would think they are. Even like the Ayatollah, I'm pretty sure he's changed parts of Islamic tradition and religion to suit him.
And you could have your point, please.
Yeah, pretty much I'm done.
Okay. Yes, you.
I think there was somebody before me. Was there? Did anybody?
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Yeah,
There were people after me.
Guys, if you were after whoever was talking, please raise your hand. I don't know who raised your hand. I just.
I think
If you want to.
I'm pretty sure I was, but I'm just.
Yeah,
making sure
I thought you were
anybody
too.
else.
Okay. Remember your recount or something?
Alright, so I think that I might be able to.
Back to speaker.
think I might be able to encompass what a lot of people are saying pretty simply. Nobody doubts that religion does affect decisions in the executive branch, in the legislative branch, and in the judicial branch. It's just a fact of life. There's morality that's innate, and there's morality that, yes, can be handed down from a parent that may be an atheist, or that may be Christian, or that may be fascist. It doesn't matter. There's morality that can be taught, and there's morality that's innate. A very important factor in the United States that I personally admire and the founding fathers honed on, that I think that a lot of Americans have lost, is the fact that there's group thought and there's individual thought. There's group consensus and then there's individual consensus. And the most important thing in the government is individual consensus. It would be naive and ignorant to say that all Democrats believe the same thing. It would be ignorant to say all Christians believe in the same thing. The most important and fundamental thing in the United States government is the idea of an individual coming to conclusions based on experience, research, and knowledge. For example, me, I'm non-denominational. I haven't been able to pick a religion because I'm not, for lack of a better word, ballsy enough to pick something that I can strongly believe in and vouch for, because there's always questions. Now, here's the important thing though. Both of my parents are Muslim, and I have a lot of friends that are Jewish and Christian, and I have very similar values to them. And I have very similar opinions to certain people. So the fact of the matter is that you come to a consensus based on your experience, your knowledge, and the things that you have experienced in your life that may have shifted your decisions. You may be Christian, you may not believe in abortion, you may be an atheist and believe strongly in abortion, you may be an atheist and not believe in abortion. It's based on individual consensus. Without individuals making decisions for themselves and finding out knowledge and facts for themselves, that's when group consensus can become a problem, and it can actually influence the decisions in the government.
We have like 10 minutes left, just let you know. 10 minutes left. But who wants to go next after that? Okay, guys, we have a taker. You.
Alright. I would say that I agree with everyone that doesn't take the part, but I would also add in that, like you said earlier, that if you know more about the issue, if you know more about what's going on, then I think religion will play less of a factor in what you decide on something, and more about what you know about the issue. So I think political education is important, and why we should all try to find out more about the issue when we're confronted with it. So that's all I have to say.
Wait, but the thing is, we aren't politically aware. There's so many more issues we have now than we had in 1787 when the Constitution was written. Like, we didn't have things to worry about like energy. We didn't have things to worry about in Syria, in Libya. We didn't have all these issues that we bring up to every single election that keeps going, right? So we can't be politically aware in every single thing that brings up or brought up in the election. That's where the influence of religion comes in. Because especially the social issues, religion plays a huge part. When you think of 1787, we didn't have abortion issues. We might have, but it wasn't big. We didn't have issues like that, and that's because we didn't also have a lot of other issues. So people back then were more politically aware than people right now are. As I mentioned, only 70 out of 300 million Americans tuned in to watch the presidential and the vice presidential debates. Not every one of them will read the New York Times, LA Times, or newspapers that will give them the information that will allow them to make their individual choices. That's where the individual consensus doesn't come in, and that's why religion is such a strong influence in our politics today.
Anybody at all? And well, we have like 8 minutes left. Want to change the topic or anything like that? Motion to caucus? Do I have a second? Second.
We're not live streaming this caucus. Okay, so yeah.
be repealed. And on the pro side, we have Jamila Simmons. Wait, did I mix this up?
Yeah, you totally did.
Can you reset it? Thank you. So on the pro side, we have Jamila Simmons, and on the con side, we have Matthew Motamedi. We will first entertain Jamila Simmons for a 6-minute opening speech. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Wow.
Sorry.
Alright, so is there a timekeeper in the house? Anyone want to keep time? Alright, do you know all your hand signals? Alright, that's good. Alright, just let her know when you're ready. Sorry. Thanks, Matthew.
Okay, so Citizens United should be repealed. It threatens the very fabric of our country, which is democracy. Citizens United threatens the one person, one vote system of democracy by allowing anonymous corporate special interest groups to buy big influence with big money. What is Citizens United? That's a question many Americans don't know the answer to, and that's why they allow it to go on. Citizens United is a non-profit corporation and conservative advocacy group that successfully sued the Federal Election Committee in 2008, claiming that its campaign finance rules represented unconstitutional restrictions on the First Amendment guarantee of freedom to speak. The U.S. Supreme Court's landmark decision ruled that the federal government cannot limit corporations, or for that matter, unions, associations, or individuals from spending money to influence the outcome of elections. This ruling led to the creation of super PACs, and a super PAC is a political action committee that is allowed to raise and spend unlimited amounts of money from corporations, unions, individuals, and associations. Some nonprofit groups are allowed to contribute to super PACs without disclosing where their money came from. Super PACs have no limitations on who contributes or how much they contribute. They can raise as much money from corporations, unions, and associations as they please, and spend unlimited amounts on advocating for the election or defeat of a candidate of corporations are not people. Therefore, they should have no say in a society to do. Under Citizens United, the corporation is considered a person. Corporations are not people, and that's why Citizens United should be repealed. We need to keep moving forward. Americans need to stop siding with corporations are not
Just write your name and your school, and that's your time.
So, hi, my name's Mia. Basically, I am pro. I'm saying this because basically when other businesses have partnerships with each other, they promote one another. You see that one business is linked to another, and basically, even though it's politics, it's really just the same thing. You have one politician who's going for a particular goal in his presidency or the candidacy or whatever, and then you have another business that's donating money, going along with what he wants to do or trying to deplete what he wants to do. And either way, when you have somebody or a big corporation that's putting money into that business, then you have, like I said, a partnership of basically one or more people trying to go ahead and agree with that person. So in short, it's like big name corporations when they get together, they sponsor each other and they go against each other. Why would you not want a company to put their name on something that they're investing so much money to, especially when it's not just one person, it's a big corporation. So like I said, it's not just one person, it's multiple people, millions of workers and so on that are putting their money, because it is their money that they're working for the company for, into this business or politician or whoever. So I yield my time to questions.
Let's say, what? Okay. So if you wanted to donate money to, let's say, a political campaign or just any charity, wouldn't you want to reserve the right to remain anonymous? These corporations are run by people, so don't you think they should have the same rights as people?
I think from a worker's standpoint, I would want to know where my company's money is going to go. So even from the worker's standpoint, or just even if it's somebody that's higher up in the company, you would want to know where your company is putting their money to, because if you can't explain where the money is going, that's something that you want to tell people in the long run, even if they're not a part of your company. When people go back and look at your bank statements or whatever, you want to know where that money's going to go.
Yes.
Isn't it up to the owners rather than the employees as to where the money from the company goes?
It is up to the owners. And it's not about a matter of who it's up to decide where the money goes, but if you have loyal workers, if your worker asks you a question, you should be able to answer it with a clear statement. Not, oh, I don't know where, oh, it went here, but we can't tell you where we put it. Stuff like that. You should be able to give your worker a short statement.
Any last questions? Alright, the chair will now absorb the remaining time. Are there any con speakers in the house? Okay. Notes, hold up your notes. He seems to have the most notes. But, okay. Can I check your notes? Can I check your notes? Can I check your notes?
Just one more.
Check your notes.
I'll write down in person.
Okay, you can go. So write your name, school.
Okay, you guys. So I'm gonna start my speech with making clear some things to you. And the first thing is, what is a corporation? I mean, we're talking about, should corporations be people? Should they not be people? Well, a corporation is essentially a group of people that get together and invest their money to the purpose of making more money. So essentially, a corporation is a representation of those who invest their money in it. And as such, it represents people. It represents the workers in the company. It represents the people who own the company. Everyone involved in that company somehow is a citizen, and as such, the company should have the rights of a citizen. If a company invests in a political campaign that would further its interests, that's also going to further the interests of every single worker at that company. Say I work for some company. As a lowly worker, my interest is for the company to do well. And unless the company can express that interest, then I am not going to be able to express my own interests. As a citizen, as an individual citizen, most people do not have enough money to fund these political campaigns or to make a significant contribution, but a corporation which holds the interests of everyone invested in it can make a difference. If I am, the other thing is that it's simply an expression of your freedom. As a corporation, representing the interests of the people, you should not be limited in what you can do with your money that you have worked to make. If I'm a person and I make money, I'm free to spend it how I please. But if me and another person go together and make a corporation, we can't spend that money how we please if Citizens United is repealed. Citizens United allows corporations to express their interests, to further their causes and the interests of everyone who works for them, everyone who supports the company, everyone who has a vested interest in the company. All of them benefit from Citizens United. I yield the time to questions.
How much time is left? Alright, the chair will now absorb the remaining time.
Can we extend?
Motion to extend. Motion to extend.
Well,
1
technically
minute.
no, but yes, any motions on the floor?
Motion to extend.
Any seconds?
1 minute.
Any seconds?
Second.
All those in favor of extending by a minute?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Can I do a re-vote? Raise your hand, please. All those in favor, raise your hand if you're for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, the ayes have it. We want to stay in 1 more minute in addition to this.
Yes.
Okay, remember that the questions come.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
The company represents the people in the company. So how are you sure that everyone in the company have the same political viewpoint as the leader of the company? So if let's say that the leader
Can you expedite your question, please?
I can answer the question. I'm not saying that everyone who works at a company has the same interests as the leaders of the company, but it is in every worker's best interest that the company do well. And the best way that the company can do well is by being able to invest its money and spend it how it chooses. Does that address your question?
Yeah.
Okay, what if there were a company with 51% of the shares owned by one person? The person is funding a political campaign for his own interests, not for the company's interests, and he's using everybody. Wait, let me finish the question. So he's using the money that's in the company that belongs to the other 49% of the people in the company too, for things that only
Dude,
are
I need
about
to answer
him.
the question. Well, I don't have time.
Sucks.
Are there any motions on the floor?
Motion to extend. It's time to finish the question.
Let's finish the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
It's another
Okay, aye. Sorry.
Okay, like I said in the very beginning, a corporation is a bunch of people who have money invested in something. So if someone has the majority of the shares, then they themselves are the majority of the corporation. That's just the very nature of a corporation. And also, someone who goes into a corporation for 49%, by doing that, they are accepting that thus, the company, whether it be 2 people and one has just barely more, or 100 people all invested in it, the company still has the right to spend its money how it chooses.
Okay, thank you, Joe. So, any more subsequents for the pro side? Is there anyone? Yes. Make sure you write your name and your school. Thank you very much.
My name is Sam Leitchinger from Hamilton High School. I just want to address the previous speaker who said, quote unquote, corporations representing the interests of the people. I don't know about you guys, but I had a little smile on my face when I heard that, because I thought, are you serious? Corporations represent the people? Okay, GE, or you know what, let's take a better example, even though he's in the country. Let's take Sheldon Adelson. Anybody know him? He's a casino billionaire and in Las Vegas, and he has a ridiculous amount of employees. And yet he is able, with over $100 million, to single-handedly prop up Newt Gingrich's campaign. I don't know about you guys, but do you think everybody in that corporation, all of the massive casinos he has, have people who believe what he believes? Corporations are not just people getting together because they have money. No, corporations are entities that employ people. Like GE employs thousands of people to make cars in Detroit. You think all those people want what the owner wants? Does that justify something? And all these laws. And when you make a political contribution, you are trying to influence somebody. You are having an interaction. I am trying to sway your vote because I like Mitt Romney or Barack Obama. I'm trying to sway you to vote for one of them. That should be regulated. Now, the First Amendment was a very improper clause in the Articles of the Constitution. So don't tell me that this is unconstitutional. It is not unconstitutional. There are limits to what we can do, and for the health of our union, we need to have a limit on how corporations can influence us without showing it. In fascist states, if you look for the definition of such states, you will find that there is corporate money influencing what happens. And now that is currently happening. Did we have a problem before Citizens United? I didn't see a problem. Do we have a problem now? I think everybody's going to agree there's a problem now. Over $1 billion will be spent on this campaign from each campaign. Does that seem right? Does that seem right that you don't know where it's coming from? Does it seem right that a single campaign can be propped up by a millionaire who is speaking, representing the thousands of people who work for him, who might actually be hurt if the economic policies that he favors are enacted? It's not in their best interest. It's in the best interest of the person who owns the corporation, not the people who make up the corporation. I yield my time to questions.
There is no more remaining time. We will just move on to subsequent comments unless there's a motion.
There's only 10 minutes left.
No, we have 20 minutes.
Oh, we do?
Yes. Yeah. We can entertain probably a con and maybe one speedy round. So any con?
No motion. Okay.
Thank you. Just.
Not the best handwriting in the world, but I hope it's fine.
You're very perfect.
Tell me when you're ready.
Whenever you start.
What I've been hearing from the proponency speakers since the very beginning of this debate, we don't want our politicians to be bought. We don't want them representing in the interests of someone besides their constituents. I think we can all agree on that general principle, that politicians should represent the people. Here's the problem with Citizens United. It's not the ruling, it's the publicity. People think now that if we just overturn this one court case, it'll solve everything. It'll make politicians beholden only to the people. It will get corporate money out. If you actually believe that overturning one court case will solve all of the woes in our campaign finance system, I'm sorry. There is no other word to describe that but naive. We have, as was mentioned before, we have PACs, we have super PACs,
We even now have the spooky PACs, as Senator McCaskill calls them, the 501c4s. Those things, those weren't created with Citizens United. They existed before Citizens United, and if we overturn it, they'll still exist. The problem doesn't just go to this one court case. And if we are here just to overturn this one court case, we're really not doing anything but shifting the control. The previous speaker mentioned Sheldon Adelson, the owner of the Sands Casino in Vegas. What exactly is the difference? If Newt Gingrich's campaign was funded by the Sands Casino or by the Sands Casino owner, Sheldon Adelson? Honestly, not much. At the end of the day, still the same amount of money, still going in. It's a matter of semantics at the end of the day. We are not here to change semantics. We do not want to just shift it around, and that's all that this resolution does. It's to fix our campaign finance system, we have to go deeper. This is Inception here. We pack corruption inside of corruption, inside of corruption, inside of money, amassed by a court ruling that really just changes the names. I yield any time I have to questions.
How many time?
15 seconds.
Alright, the chair will absorb the remaining time. Is there any motion?
Motion to extend speaker's time by a minute.
Okay. Any seconds?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Ayes have it. Motion.
How do you plan on fixing the problem that you say that Citizens United is not necessarily the main problem? You talked about the root, but what exactly are the specifics?
I'm not Mitt Romney. I'm not afraid to acknowledge that I don't have specifics. My purpose here is not to say what we should be doing instead. My purpose here is to say that this resolution should be voted against and my reasoning is because it does not change anything.
You mentioned Sheldon Adelson saying the same amount of money would come either way, but people like the CEOs, they take money out of the corporations. It's not their own money. It's the money they take out of the corporations. It's okay if that they... okay, I won't give a speech. Do you believe it is all right for someone like Sheldon Adelson to remove money from the corporation that would benefit the people there to contribute?
The start of the question, I'll
just
give a
motion
very
to
quick
extend answer.
Or with your permission.
Motion.
With your permission, I'll.
Alright. Okay. I'll just give you permission to answer.
Okay. Do I think it's right? No. Do I think Citizens United is the one and only cause of it? No, because Adelson could donate it as himself. He could donate it as the Sands. At the end of the day, it still goes out of the corporation.
Thank you. Alright, so we have 10 minutes left.
What's the previous question?
Any seconds?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
So, do any of you want to do a subsequent?
I speak for everyone.
Are there any are there any that want to speak? Are there any subsequents? Okay, then we will go back to closing speeches. 3-minute closing speeches, starting with the con side.
Classic case that shows the limits of the government to the governmental power to regulate upholding the rights of all citizens to have their voices heard. It recognizes that the First Amendment was primarily designed to protect political speech, and that spending money is an essential requirement for expression. Fairness is great. We all want a fair society, but it is something we have to create for ourselves, not something government can impose on us from above. That wouldn't be fairness. It would just be another kind of tyranny. In the opinion of Justice Kennedy, said that the First Amendment protects associations of individuals in addition to individual speakers. He went further and said that the First Amendment does not allow prohibitions based on the identity of the speaker. The First Amendment says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for grievances. And another thing, I am a friend of a Maloof in Las Vegas. Their interests are in the people that work for them. They do fund them. They give them housing. They want them to be comfortable. If you don't have a comfortable working class, a middle class, or any class, you're not going to get business. It's a casino. People want to feel relaxed. People want to have fun. And they express those views by expressing that they want a good economy. They want their views expressed anonymously. I don't see anything wrong in expressing it anonymously, basically because you don't really get any kind of PR out of it. You just make your people happy. And that's what America is about. It's about us being happy, and it's about fairness. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you. Alright, we will now entertain the pro speaker for her 3-minute closing speech.
Okay. So democracy should not be for sale. With Citizens United, it is. The Constitution says we the people and not we the corporations. Citizens United allows special interest groups to buy American elections.
to the first election 2012 one day. So thank you very much for being here. Congratulations for being informed citizens, and I really hope that you'll follow the rest of the election coverage throughout the next few weeks. And I look forward to an exciting next couple weeks in our election season, and encourage you to attend both of the Election 2012 events next weekend if you have that opportunity. Or if you don't, watch them on live stream, because you've actually been filmed throughout the day and been live. Sorry, I didn't mention that. You've been live on the web all day. And so we've had viewers from around the world, really, being able to see what we're doing today. So if you're interested in seeing what else goes on over the next couple of weeks, feel free to tune in. The YouTube link is always on Facebook and Twitter and all that great stuff. So visit us electronically. So we are now closing our session. So we are going to talk about the best speakers from today and give you the election results. So we're going to start with best speakers. Jesse, take it away.
For block 1, the Electoral College should be abolished. It was passed by 24 to 21 to 1. Best speaker, Joel Rosenthal. Voting be mandatory in the United States failed 5 to 33 to 0, and best speaker, Jack Romaine. For block 2, that there be no minimum age to run for president. It failed, 3 to 12 to 0. Best speaker, Jared Davis. Resolved that a law requiring actual competitive advertising to be enacted failed 5 to 17 to 0. Best speaker, Thomas Yeager.
I'd like to thank you all for this great honor being bestowed on
Block 3, that Citizens United being repealed. It passed 21 to 8 to 0. Best speaker, Sam Lessinger. It resolved that U.S. President should be able to run for more than 2 terms. It failed for 12 to 14 to 0. Best speaker, Daniel. And lowering the presidential age, best speaker is Jared Davis and Timothy King.
Wait, what?
Whether for
minimum age for president.
Oh yeah, that must all everything up there, no minimum age for presidency of the United States.
Yeah, do you know if that passed or failed?
Did it fail?
It failed. It failed. Okay. Oh, failed.
Oh, failed.
Jared Davis.
Very honest.
Yeah, Timothy.
How do I know? You got it. It's not me. It's Jared.
No, it's me. I just.
Alright. Our goals for our speakers today. What are those for mock elections? So, we're gonna start with.
Yeah, someone else.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the propositions, and then we're gonna show the pie chart for the presidential election. So. Proposition 40, redistricting. Proposition 40, redistricting state senate districts, failed. Prop 39, tax treatment for multi-state businesses, clean energy and energy efficiency funding, passed. Prop 38, tax to fund education and early childhood programs, passed. Prop 37, genetically engineered foods being labeled, passed. Prop 36, three strikes law, repeat felony offenders penalties, passed. Prop 35, human trafficking penalties, thank God it passed. Our little version. Prop 34, death penalty failed. Prop 33, auto insurance companies prices based on the driver's history of insurance coverage, passed. Prop 32, political contributions by payroll education contributions to candidates, failed. Prop 31, state budget, state and local governments, passed. Prop 30, temporary taxes to fund education, guaranteed local public safety funding, passed. If we were to be voting, our U.S. Senator for Southern California, for California, would be Dianne Feinstein.
Wait, who won? Wait, if Prop 38 passes, wait, 31?
It's like a third point. Oh, you mean right? I got
9-1, President Barack Obama won. Thank you all so much for coming, and with that, the Angels Read in One Day conference is adjourned. Thank you very much.